Good evening, everyone. Thank you for attending. Today is October 23rd. Welcome to City of Mableton regular meeting. The time is now 18:43, and we will call this meeting to order with the roll call from the clerk.
That's 6:43 for all y'all civilians.
Okay. Mayor Owens.
Present.
Councilmember of District 1, Ron Davis.
Present.
Councilmember of District 2, Dami Oladapo.
Present.
Councilmember of District 3 and Mayor Pro Tem Keisha Jeffcoat.
Present.
And Councilmember of District 4, Patricia Auk.
Present.
Councilmember District 5, TJ Ferguson.
Present.
And Councilmember of District 6, Deborah Herndon.
Present.
Quorum present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to move to item 3, which is the invocation. Councilman Davis, do you mind giving us a brief invocation, please, sir? Thank you.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, Lord God, we thank you for another day. We thank you for your grace and mercy, Father, and we just pray right now that your mighty hand continue to guide us as we move the city forward, Father. Let us always be in your will. Let us always walk in your ways, and let's always walk in unity. We thank you, we praise you, in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Councilman Ferguson, if you will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, sir. Please stand if you can.
Who you say? Oh, oops. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Okay, it takes us to item 5. Council, you've been provided a copy of the agenda prior to the meeting. At this point in time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda as so written.
A second.
Any discussions?
Yes, I stand corrected. On the item of deferring the Ethics Board appointments, I want to move to defer it until our next meeting on November 13th.
I'd like to second that motion, Mayor.
Thank you. A motion is on the floor to defer the Board of Ethics appointment, which is item 12A, to next meeting. Any comment?
Can we have an explanation as to why there's a lot of people who came here today to be appointed? They brought their family, and they're here to have this sprung on now. I would like to hear an explanation. I think we owe it to those people at the very least.
Sure, I'll gladly provide an explanation. Through my research and trying to vet and determine the nominee for my Ethics Board, I went and I did some due diligence and some research, and I wanted to get a better understanding of what the parameters were and what the requirements were for each position. And so in that process and in my vetting, I had an opportunity to present, potentially maybe an elected official to possibly serve. And I had a conversation with the mayor, and in so doing, I was informed that, obviously I can't have an elected official serve on the Ethics Board. In addition, I had some concern around, whether or not someone could serve if there was a complaint lodged against the city. And so the reason why that was concerning to me was because I believe that if you're appointed on the Ethics Board, that as an appointed person, there shouldn't be any sort of partiality, excuse me. And so it's important that there is impartiality on the board. And so I deferred to our city attorney to get further clarification on that. And since we are still trying to get a better understanding and grasp of that, I so moved to have it deferred until our next meeting until we get further clarification. And if our attorney would like to provide some additional explanation as, in terms of the ordinance piece of it now. I mean, you know, we could do that, but I would just prefer to defer it to the next meeting so that we can get our questions answered.
Thank you.
Madam Attorney, can you please clarify what it is that Councilwoman Jeffco is asking for you to clarify?
So my preference would be to talk to the council in executive session, because there are components of this discussion that is privileged under the law from public disclosure. I would like to have that discussion just so I can have full clarity as to what each council member's position may be, is also to talk to you as a body. So at this point, because my information would be premature, I would just ask for the opportunity to talk to you collectively before I make a public opinion.
Is the matter at hand directly litigation, personnel, or real estate? Because otherwise it needs to be discussed publicly.
So it involves two of those. One, issues with personnel, and then litigation.
So this is someone on staff?
No, not
Well,
someone on
so the
staff,
discussions
but-
that I have had have involved a staff member, correct? But
And are they being appointed today?
No, it's just the parameters of their employment with the city. So, but there are personnel concerns as well as litigation concerns, and I would like the opportunity. Some council members probably have no clue what I'm talking about, just because I haven't had the opportunity to address this with you as a body.
I kind of feel like it needs to be discussed publicly, if
Thank
that's
you.
like,
Go ahead.
this, why, the appointees who are to be nominated have been provided to the mayor and to the council for a number of weeks, some even months. I'm disappointed that this is being brought up now, when arrangements have been made to have this happen tonight. It's honestly, it's embarrassing.
Councilwoman, I respect your comments on this matter. Quite frankly, the Ethics Board and ethics appointments have been delayed for over a year. So I don't know that delaying it one more week to make sure that concerns from the council and from our attorney is an embarrassment. It's still part of the process.
And
at the end of the day, have a question.
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Madam Attorney. Is the issue at hand going to impact the structure and the function of the Ethic Board, or is this just about an appointee of a council person?
So the issues that have been shared with me are strictly appointees. So it's not with respect to anything that will require modification of your ethics ordinance.
Okay, so could we proceed with the nomination today? Because even with the Planning Commission, some people cannot make it, and the mayor confirmed that they can still come into the office to get appointed. So if some council members don't have their appointees here today, can we still proceed with those who are here? And when they figure out who they want to appoint, they can come into the office to have the oath and get them sworn in? Just to respect with this time.
The issue is not about whether or not someone is here or not. So that's not what the issue is, and whether or not, obviously, it's about the parameters and what the requirements are specifically for the Ethics Board.
Well, she's saying that it doesn't affect the fundamental structure of the Ethic Board, so it sounded like
It's not
it's
the
a
function.
problem
It's not affecting the fundamental function, it's just getting clarification.
about a council person's appointment, which can be gotten
Not about,
after.
it's, let me just say this. It's about the requirements and the parameters of the Ethics Board and getting further clarification on that. And so based off of that, we can go in and drill down into the nuances of it whenever we have our executive session. But that's what it's about.
And does it impact those who we currently have appointed for the other council
We
members?
don't know, we still need to have clarification and conversation around it.
Thank you, council members. The motion is on the table and has been duly seconded.
I'm
At this point in
sorry.
time, I'm going
Wait,
to-
wait,
At this point in time, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor,
wait.
all of those in favor
ahead,
of
Councilwoman.
moving
I'm sorry.
forward
Ma-
with the agenda
Mayor.
as approved, with the exception
Mayor,
of
I'm sorry, I'm-
moving
You can't just call
items
the question.
12.
You have
Call
to
the-
ask a
call the
motion to
order.
get called question. You can't just
Call the
call
question.
it.
I absolutely can.
you
First
can't.
of all,
That's
I
not
can
Robert's
call the
Rules of
question.
Order, and I'm gonna call
I
a
can
point of
call the
order.
question. Discussion has been made, okay? discussion has been, I have called the question. The motion has been made and duly seconded. I am now calling the question for this vote to go forward.
Parliamentarian, Madam Attorney.
There's a point of order.
What is the point of order?
We're still in
There was a point of
discussion.
order?
There's already a motion on
What
the
was the-
table. You can't make a motion to call the question.
I
There's
didn't make a
already-
motion. I called the question, which
That
means
is a
move to
motion.
vote. It means to move to vote.
But you have to have it seconded, do we not?
I
It's
do
seconded.
believe.
It was seconded.
So, Mayor,
Call the question?
and I
No,
think
we don't have
the
a second. I'll call the
the
question.
conversation is, I do believe that there's continued conversation.
continued
That I'd like
conversation.
to have.
Madam
and-
Attorney has said that it should happen in executive session.
And that's what I was going to say. So
We
while we
have the
understand
direction.
that the discussion needs to continue in executive session, there's an understanding that while there's a motion on the table, yes, there's a motion on the table. However, we need to have the continued conversation in executive session. So everything that's been said with the council to this point is valid. However, let's push this to the side so we can deal with the other things that are on the agenda so that we can then have these discussions that we need to have about this appointment in executive session. And
Thank you, Counsel.
and I'm going to tell you, like, for the public, at the end of the day, it's being said this way because we're trying to be nice. So just give us a moment to be able to have a conversation about the issue that is probably at hand that we need to deal with and it goes into litigation, it goes into real estate, it goes into all of the things that are covered under executive session.
I'm sorry, I don't agree with that, because it doesn't have anything to do with litigation. I'm familiar with the issue.
At this point in time, there is a motion on the floor that has been seconded and needs to be voted upon.
Well, can I just to be fair to everyone, so when you call the question, you do need a vote, and you can call the question while a motion is pending, but that would end the discussion on the debate.
Exactly.
But you would need to vote to call the question to make sure there's a consensus with the council.
So at this point in time, again, call the question for the vote. All those in favor of voting on this item now, please say aye.
That's not what.
Aye.
Do we not have to vote on to call the question?
I think
what we
that's
just
what he
voted on.
is
That's what
voting
you said,
on,
that is
correct.
on the issue at hand that is being voted on.
So it's not the issue at
Will we
hand,
have
it's to
further
call the
discussion?
question to shut discussion.
To shut discussion down and take it
Right.
to executive session. So that is to call the question to end discussion and continue the discussion in executive session as suggested by the attorney. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
So the vote carries 4-3. Now, as it relates to the actual motion that has been made by the Mayor Pro Tem, which is to approve the minutes with the exception of deferring item 12A until next meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no.
Hold on.
Hold on, to clarify, that means everyone who came here today to be appointed to the Ethics Board came here for nothing. We have wasted their time, and we had ample time to inform them, to have this discussion before
Well,
the meeting.
Well, first, I do want to apologize to
Right.
anyone that took the time to come here today to get sworn in, one. Two, I think it's vitally important that we get it right, right? And so I think, you know, that takes precedence in terms of us having a clear understanding when we're making these decisions. We need to be clear about it. And so that is why further discussion is needed. That is why we need to go in executive session to get our questions answered. And then once that's answered, then we can revisit at the next meeting and, you know, making sure that we get everyone sworn in that was nominated.
At this point in time, is there any more discussion?
Well, you've called the question, so I hate to interject in this manner,
I
but
mean, it's a free-for-all right now.
So the motion on the table is that we approve the agenda with moving section 12A until our next meeting?
Correct.
That's the motion on the table.
That is the motion at this point in time.
I mean, we have people here who, if you have questions about an appointee, they're here in the audience. We could go and vet them now and have it in the open. Like, I don't know why we should dismiss all of our appointees who have made time tonight to be here.
I
It doesn't
duly
seem-
understand that. I have members of our constituents that are here as well. This impacts everybody. And it's unfortunate this has happened. I don't want it to happen. I did not want it to happen.
You're the one making the motion to make it happen. You
I
can't
did not
say
make
that.
the motion. I did not make the motion, nor did I bring this up.
But I hate to
Just for
interject
clarity.
again, but the council's called the question, so
clarity.
Right,
procedurally.
So,
the discussion-
I think we need
All
to,
those in favor, all those in favor of.
can
the
we,
agenda-
I'm sorry, Mayor, can we,
Call the
Councilman.
question. You voted to stop any discussion, so this, your own doing.
All those in favor of approving the agenda with the modification to defer item 12A until next meeting, please say aye.
aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Did you capture that, Madam Attorney? It's 4-3. Thank you. All right, if we turn our attention now to item 6A, which is a public hearing. So there's 3 public hearings that's tabled for, or that's on the agenda today. There's a public hearing for an ordinance creating Chapter 8, building and construction for other purposes. Madam Attorney, this is your item. Would you like to speak to this matter, please?
Yes, so Mayor and Council and members of the public, this is, the first public hearing will be for the creation of Chapter 8, which is the Building and Construction Code for the city. If there are any comments, or if any members of the public have had the opportunity to review the ordinance, or if they want to share any information with the council about this particular topic, I'll just ask that the mayor open the public hearing and open the floor for those comments by the public.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. At this point in time, we're going to open the public hearing for an ordinance creating Chapter 8, building construction for other purposes. If there's any members of the public that are in support or opposition to this, please line up against this wall here and take your opportunity to speak at this point in time. Last chance, anyone would like to speak on this matter? Thank you. Having no one step forward to speak, we're going to go on to item 6B, which is we're going to close that public hearing and move forward with item 6B, which is a public hearing for an ordinance amending Chapter 10, Article 1, which is the planning and zoning of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances that establishes a Mableton zoning code and Mableton zoning map and for other lawful purposes. This item is being brought forward by our city manager and Rob Housak and Chris Miller of IBTS. Mr. Manager, do you have anything prior to Mr. Housak coming up?
No, Mayor, I do not.
Okay, in that case, Mr. Housak, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Wanted to thank you for your time this evening. This is a public hearing as it relates to our draft Mableton zoning code. As you may recall, we have discussed this in previous meetings. We kind of highlighted some of the objectives as it relates to establishing this quote-unquote bridge ordinance or interim ordinance that will allow us to launch our planning and zoning service while we pursue the adoption of a new comp plan with a firm that I believe the city is currently negotiating with. Very good firm. Congratulations on that selection. I did want to mention that there have been a few tweaks since the last draft was presented to Mayor and Council. Most of these were editorial or grammar corrections, but I did want to highlight about 6 or 7 substantive changes that I think are worth mentioning. The first was that we did establish a new permitted use of eating establishment. It basically will be allowed in the same districts as the old eating and drinking establishment definition. We did this primarily because the eating and drinking establishment definition that you would notice in section 1.07 is very centered on and has a number of requirements that are very specific to the service of alcoholic beverages. Quite honestly, taking a step back, there are a number of restaurants that function that don't necessarily serve alcoholic beverages, and to avoid any confusion about whether or not a Domino's pizza would have to have permanent seating for 20 people, we just decided to provide a differentiation of an eating establishment and an eating and drinking establishment. We also tweaked the definition of eating and drinking establishment, basically to clarify that the establishment only needed to be open 5 days a week, serving meals, versus 6 days a week in order to be able to serve alcoholic beverages. And we base this largely on a number of restaurants that currently provide for alcoholic beverages that may be closed 2 days a week, which is customary in the industry. Nothing changed as far as where those particular uses would be allowed. There are still the protections built into the draft zoning districts where these could reside, but we did change the definition, hopefully to avoid some confusion and avoid creating conflict for existing eating and drinking establishment entrepreneurs or owners as we move forward with the interim the zoning code. Did also make a number of changes throughout the document to basically provide a correct reference to what in the old ordinance was the Cobb Board of Health. Actually, it is the Cobb-Douglas Board of Health. So we felt like, just for consistency's sake, we should go ahead and clarify throughout that it is indeed the Cobb-Douglas Board of Health. And we have made various changes in the zoning code that is currently in front of mayor and council. We also clarified in the definition section that there are no protected mountain areas that meet the elevational requirements in the city of Mableton. And probably one that I think generated a comment from the Mableton Improvement Coalition. We did clarify a section, we clarified item 5 in section 2.03 of this particular ordinance as to what actually happens in the event that there was a zoning approved in Cobb County, and one of the conditions was that there was an approval required by the district commissioner. Fast forward to where we will be in February, and we felt like we needed to be able to establish what happens in those particular instances. Originally in the draft, we had included that it would have to come back and be approved by mayor and council. I believe that the council received communication from the Mableton Improvement Coalition as to some suggested language changes that might make it a little bit more customer friendly and avoid some delays that were associated with the way the draft was presented. I can tell you, in speaking with the county folks, they felt like that was a very reasonable suggestion from the Mableton Improvement Coalition. As your consultant that has assisted on the development of this interim zoning code, I believe it's a good idea as well. And subject to Madam City Attorney's concurrence, I believe that prior to the next draft that will be presented for mayor and council to consider adoption, with the council's permission, we would insert that language into the next draft because we believe it was a very good suggestion from the Mableton Improvement Coalition. And then did want to update mayor and council as well, Mayor Owens, that we did update section 4.01, and that more or less now will mirror some provisions to backyard chickens that exist in Cobb County, but were not on the Muni Code site when we downloaded it to begin the process of drafting the ordinance. thank you, Councilperson, for providing a good link. We felt like it was a good idea to go ahead and place it actually in the code, even though it may not be present in the county code right now. So basically, those requirements now for those lots that are smaller than 2 acres in size are now built in to our current zoning code. And then finally, as we were doing our final review and with the assistance of somebody that Mr. Tanks had lent some expertise to us for as far as operational things, we noticed that unattended donation drop boxes that are currently under permit with the county as required really need to come back and update a permit with us. The requirements will mirror those that are in the county ordinance that will come over at the time we establish the interim, but we did feel like we needed to make sure that it was clarified that once that permit in Cobb County expires, they're going to have to come back to Mr. Tanks and the professional staff and update their permit annually with the city of Mableton. And so we clarified that in section 7.28. Did make a couple of small tweaks to the zoning map, basically blacking out or highlighting that there are a couple of zoning districts that when we queried the GIS to create our zoning map, it automatically drug all of the zoning districts from Cobb County over to the legend. If you'll notice, there are about 3 or 4 districts that don't apply to the city of Mableton that did not come over in the draft interim ordinance that we did. So we went ahead and lined through those. We also provided an update as far as the date of adoption goes. The first draft that I had sent erroneously listed tonight as the date of adoption. So we have made that particular change and would remind and thank you to the city attorney for helping me with this language, but upon adoption of the particular map that's in question right now in November, we probably want to make a reference to the fact that any zoning decision that was made after October 3rd, 2024 would need to be updated in our first version of a new zoning map. And as it relates to the zoning map, Mr. Tanks and I have been working together to secure a consultant that will assist the city until we're ready to perhaps either hire GIS in-house or continue a relationship with Cobb County. But I think most importantly, right now, the city needs their own dedicated consultant with a license to the Cobb GIS data that can do some of the things. Very good suggestion from Councilperson Ferguson at our last meeting about showing a zoning map with the outlying parcels in the county on the periphery. Great idea. I'll go ahead and say it, Councilperson. I was over my GIS head, so I didn't even try it. But it's very doable, and I've talked to the consultant that Mr. Tanks and I are going to be interviewing. It's very doable, and we could make that happen, sir. And then there were, not related to anything for this public hearing, but did want to mention we made some revisions to the draft rezoning application, and I included that in the information through Mr. Tanks, the city clerk, and the city attorney, just for information for the mayor and council. And Mayor Owens, thank you very much to the council for your time and attention, and we would request that you open the public hearing now, sir.
Thank you. Before we do so, any questions from the council to Mr. Housak?
So one question I would have is the makeup of the actual planning commission. And I was feverishly trying to find it in the document where it stated what that makeup was. And there could possibly be statements that say that it's not conducive to what our makeup is as a council?
Thank you for your polite question. I corrected that error, sir.
Okay.
And the question, the original issue was, I had mistakenly in the original draft listed 5 planning commissioners and was politely and professionally informed we needed to have 7, and we made that change, sir.
Okay, thank you. That I wanted to make sure that, and the idea of that plus making sure that we understand completely that the language that we're using is conducive to Mableton versus Cobb County,
Yes, sir.
and making sure that we're really focused on what Mableton wants to do versus what Cobb County has done in the past.
Yes, sir. And I will say that there are a number of things that we have included in this draft that I think are improvements over what the county does, not throwing shade at Cobb County.
Notwithstanding, yes.
But I do think we've got some unique things in here and some really cool approaches that will kind of help us as we move towards adopting a new zoning ordinance after we adopt our new comp plan.
And Mayor, I'm just going to take this quick liberty to say that's the whole reason why you wanted a city, because what might have been done in the past is not necessarily what we're going to do in the future. And we're going to look at ways that we can play with this document to be able to understand what it is that you want as constituents of the city. All of your comments, questions, everything else, keep them coming so that we know how to better work with this document and continue to build this document.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else with a question or comment for Mr. Housak? Thank you, Mr. Housak.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilman Ferguson, to your point, I want to ensure that we're reminding everyone that this does establish our Mableton zoning code, but we will be entering a full rewrite of our zoning code. This is largely in part during our transition period so that we can transition services from the county to the city. But in due time, we will be performing a full rewrite. We don't know, we have not selected a vendor at this time or a consultant to go through that process. We're going to focus on getting some of our directors and leadership in place, but that will be something that will be taken on in the near future. So with that being said, at this point in time, I'd like to open a public hearing. Anyone that is in attendance today that have any items to say for or against this, please line up against the bulkhead to my left. And I see Ms. Wilson. You're recognized, ma'am.
Denny Wilson, District 2. Thank you, Councilmember Ferguson, for the information that you put in. And I'm glad to see this because, you know, I've been begging for this since you guys formed. But my concern is all of the yellow zoning signs that I'm seeing now. I mean, they're all over the city. And the thing is, this agreement between the county and the city raises grave concerns. I mean, due to the amount of yellow signs that we're seeing all around. I mean, the city's being built out. You guys are quickly getting zoning going as quickly as you can. But my greatest fear is we're going to be saturated with more townhomes. I mean, everywhere you look. I mean, it's townhomes on prime piece of properties that could have been valuable for single-family homes. And you guys are going to inherit this. Anything that goes wrong with these properties, it's going to be up on the city of Mableton. So I just want to make you guys aware of that. And remember the monstrous mansion piece of property I brought to you guys on Factory Shows? That guy got his certificate of occupancy. He can start moving people in there now. I mean, so that's going to be something that you guys are going to inherit because that is not a single-family home. That guy should have gone back before zoning. That property should have been rezoned because it was zoned as RA5, which is single-family. He built a multi-family home, and that thing is huge. and I had the opportunity to go inside, and I looked, and if you notice, there's windows across the front, no windows on the side, and no windows on the back. And every other bedroom is a Jack and Jill. So I know that that's going to be probably a rental facility that they're going to rent out. And I don't know, Council Member Damiola Dapo, I think it's in your district. So, I mean, it's something you guys should look at. But again, thanks for taking over zoning. You made me happy.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
We're still in public, Mayor, are we still in public comment? Public hearing? Yes. Okay.
Councilman Ferguson looks like is leaving the dais to speak as a citizen on this matter. You're
Hello,
recognized.
my name is TJ Ferguson. I just wanted to come and talk about this process that we've been going through and understanding where council is and what they're dealing with. The one thing that I want to make sure that is clearly understood is zoning cases are heard on a, weekly, bi-weekly basis. Some of these zoning cases were heard before the city became a city. So while I understand what this council is facing and what this mayor is facing by trying to build this city, I also understand that there were things that were put in place before we were this council and before we were this city. We are going to work, the council is going to work vehemently to understand what it is are the desires of the constituents to be able to make sure that we are doing what the constituents want to see. All I ask as a citizen of Mableton, a citizen of District 5, is commentary and to be able to make sure that everybody who has a conversation to have about the city and the way we do this city and the way we build this city come forward. Let's have those conversations. Let's talk about what it is that you would like to see in your district. What would you like to see in District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? What are the things that you would like to see your council people do in those districts? Because at the end of the day, I believe, as I've had personal relations with 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, I believe that each one of them want to hear from you. So to have a conversation after the fact or after something has been happened, that really doesn't help us. So let's have the conversation early. And if there's something that you want to see in your district, let's have a conversation so that we can begin to shape. They just got done doing a whole conversation about zoning. Have you read the zoning ordinance? Do you understand what that zoning ordinance includes? If you understand it, did you have a conversation about something that you had a concern with? If you did not, then you're just like somebody who did not vote. So my question and my desire as a citizen of Mableton for the last 20 years is that you would have a discussion with 1, 2, 3, 4, that guy 5, I don't know where he is, and 6, and talk about what you would like to see in your district. I've had plenty of people reach out to me talking about things they'd like to see in District 5, and I am working to see how we accommodate that. If you don't have a voice, then you have no voice. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Come on, Mr. Scotty.
My name is Elamar Scotty. I'm in District 3. Live around the corner. Been living in Mableton for 30 years. I was here when we looked at Smyrna and how it used to look, the gangs, the mom and pop shops, apple carts on the side of the road, and Mableton used to be that way as well. Everything changes. And in general, I don't think people like change. They like to stay with what's comfortable and what they know. But the fact is, if you don't grow and you're stagnant, you're going to die. I've said a long time ago that when this became a city, we wanted to outshine Smyrna. We want to outshine Vinings. Vinings has been annexing little by little, and everybody thought that it was going to become Vinings. And now some people identify with Vinings. Subdivisions are called as Vinings. So, in retrospect, I think that a commitment was made a long time ago, maybe 2 years ago, as this city was formed, that we don't want to raise taxes. Everybody's afraid of that word taxes. But you know what? Death and taxes that they talk about is a real thing. This city, this mayor, and this council are in an unenviable position because they've got to take into account growth and development as opposed to keeping taxes as low as possible. Your taxes are going to be raised. I can guarantee you that. It may not be this year, next year, or the year after that. But things run on money. They don't run in I like, I want, and all that stuff. Yes, Councilman Ferguson said, tell us what you want. You're also going to say what you don't want. But understand the consequences of saying what you don't want. That unenviable position that they're in is because I know some of the positions people have in general on townhouses. Somebody just spoke on that. There is not enough land left in Mableton or Stell to build a sprawling subdivision of single-family homes, no matter what the square footage, unless you're going to consider some tiny homes. But the fact is, if you've got, and by the way, developers develop properties in real estate, whether they be duplexes, tiny homes, single-family homes, townhomes, they do it to make money. And there's no incentive for these developers to come into our city and build for new blood to come into our city. One of the primary reasons we lost Starbucks on Mableton Parkway, on Veterans, one of the primary reasons we don't have a lot of great restaurants and that we go out of town, downtown to restaurants, because retailers and restaurateurs say you don't have enough rooftops. It's about rooftops. If you don't have enough room to build single-family homes, which is only going to bring you a finite amount of taxes, let's say in the same space as you have 10 acres, R20 zoning, one house every quarter acre, half acre, whatever you want to call it, limits the number there. But if you had something zone RM8, you have a multiple number of units. But guess what? Their tax consequence is going to be the same as a single-family tax. So that's being multiplied. If you look at the development getting ready to go up on Mableton Parkway and Gordon Road, I had a hand in that. That was on RM8, 96 townhomes. Mableton inherit the tax money from that development. That's helping to keep your taxes down, helping them not to have to raise taxes. So if you look at it this way, you live on one street, there are 40 houses on your street. Neighbors are up in arms, fighting. They burn the city down. We don't want this development in our neighborhood. But understand the consequences, City Council. If you don't build that there, developers are going to be put off from coming and developing in Mableton. And then the consequence for everybody else on every other street in the city, your taxes are going to start going up. Economic development is the engine that's going to drive the building and development of this city. So you may not like things, they may not like things, but you got to put your hat on, make a hard decision, and you were elected to run this city, to build this city. You aren't elected to be friends with people. It's not to say I'm going to put a explosive factory next door to somebody. I'm not talking about wild, crazy thing. I'm not talking about putting a crematorium or morgue right next door with the smoke going all over the place. I'm not talking about stuff like that. But you got to think, your decisions as constituents are going to directly impact everybody else's as well. It's not just because you've lived in this house for 50 years, you don't want to see change on that lot across the street, because if you don't, okay, you're increasing the chances of your taxes going up. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Scotty. Do we have any other public speakers? Hearing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing for this item. And this leads us to item 6C, which is a public hearing for the ordinance creating Chapter 10, Article 3, the review and decision-making bodies, which is part of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances. Madam Attorney, do you have anything to add to this before we open the public hearing?
Nothing, Mayor, with the exception that the title Board of Appeals has been changed within the document to Board of Zoning Appeals to make it consistent with Rob's overall zoning code draft. But that's all I have.
That consistency?
Correct.
Yes, okay, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion for a 2-minute recess to address some technical difficulties I'm having with my laptop.
Okay. Can we see if we have any public speakers for this? Do we have any, we're open to public hearing, is there any speakers for or against this ordinance creating Chapter 10, Article 3 for review and decision-making bodies? Seeing that we have no speakers, we're going to go ahead and close that public hearing. Councilwoman Walker has asked for a 5-minute recess? All right. We're going to take a 5-minute recess and give Councilwoman Walker an opportunity to get her laptop back up.
Mr. Mayor, I think we are good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna proceed, council. At this point in time, we're at item 7, which is presentations, acknowledgements, and proclamations. We don't have any of those tonight, so we're gonna go forward to our public comment section. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment cards for this evening?
Yes, I have 7 cards. I just want to remind everybody there's a 2-minute time limit, and the mayor and council do not usually answer questions in this portion of the meeting because we're getting ready to go to other business. And the first person is Sue, I think that's Sue Culbreth.
Sam?
Come on, Sue.
Penmanship.
Come on, Sue, do your thing.
No love lost there. I've been told I write like a doctor, so, but I'll make this real brief. I just want to extend a heartfelt thank you to those council members who were able to attend our Where Do We Go From Here symposium. There was a lot of powerful information, powerful messages there, and just specifically, thank you, Councilwoman Ock, Mayor Pro Tem Jeff Coat, and then also our very own acting in his capacity with our board for the Austell Community Task Force, Councilman Ron Davis, as well as City Manager Bill Tanks was able to fill in on the panel. Hopefully we will try to get some video around that soon because there was a lot of great information that I believe that the community needs to see. Turnout could have been a little better, but you know what? Who is in the room always matters. So just wanted to put it out there. And then just put it in a shameless plug. We do meet on the first Monday of every month at 7 p.m. And we do have a virtual option just in case you can't make it out at the South Cobb Rec Center. And hopefully we'll see you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Are those events, Mayor, publicized on the Mableton.gov site?
Good question. I think you mean the external community calendar.
Correct.
I will say for Austell Community Task Force and anyone else, if you are not utilizing the City of Mableton external community calendar, it's a good idea to do so. You can submit any of your events. Go to Mableton.gov, submit your event, and we'll make sure that it gets on there so everyone in the community knows when your event is. Good call out, Councilman. Madam Clerk.
The next one is Dante Philpott of District 1, and following Dante is Cassandra Brown of District 4.
Are you sure that's Dante and not Denise? Or
Y'all are treading on thin ice tonight.
It's Dante, I promise. My grandmother said it's Dante, so it's Dante. But yeah. So good evening, everyone. I will definitely be brief. My name is Dante Philpott. I'm a sitting board member with Austell Community Task Force. I wanted to thank the council for you guys' dedicated hard work. And piggybacking on what Sam said, you guys are showing up to community events, and I want to make sure that you guys know and understand that you have a community liaison, and you also have a community advocates that are there to try to fill in the gaps of whatever you guys need. It could be anything from the symposium that Sam talked about. It could be us stepping in to speak and make sure that we enter into public record with the school board with regards to the bus depot. I know there's been some movement on that, and really just making sure that we are echoing and being the voice of the community. I want to make sure that you guys know that we are here to work with you, for you, by your side, and we want to make sure that we implore you to continue to use Austell Community Task Force as another arm or leg or whatever it is that you want to call it, for City Council, for this city. I think we are all pulling for the same goal. We probably have different routes to get there, but hopefully we are pulling in the same direction and pulling towards the same goal. And the last thing that I will say, I know coming up on the 2 minutes, and this was kind of sat on my heart, I know, and I love to see the discourse within the city council. I know that it's coming from a good place, at least I hope it is. But I want you guys to always keep in mind that as a newly formed city, there are people out there, whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, there are people out there that want to see us fail. There are people out there that want to say, as soon as we fall down, they want to say, see, I told you so. And I want to implore you guys to continue to work together, have that discourse, but always keep in mind that we are trying to stand the city up and people want us to fail, so let's not give them that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Philpott.
After Cassandra Brown of District 4, we have Matthew Nicholson of District 5.
Hey, good evening to the mayor, council, and everyone sitting out here. I'm Cassandra Brown. I'm with the Mableton Improvement Coalition, and I want to update you on the situation that is happening at 440 Veterans Memorial Highway. So for those who are unaware, the school board has a proposal, we believe, to build a school bus depot, which would be comprised of basically a big bus parking lot and garage-type structure on Veterans Memorial. We were advised of this by one of the residents who lives adjacent to the property. So after learning of this, Mick has been engaged. We've written to the superintendent, to the board. We've also worked to organize the community that lives adjacent to that property. We've also put together a petition that is still out there as of right now. I think we have over 230 signatures. We also met with the school board on this past Thursday. We went to both the working session and to the evening actual board meeting, and we had members of MIC speak against this proposal. We also had some of the citizens that live adjacent to the property to speak against it. So wanted to make everyone aware of that. I want to thank the mayor, Councilman Auk. They've both been engaged in this process as well. We have not as yet gotten the type of response or any type of transparency from the school board, but we are going to continue to advocate for that. So if you are interested in putting your name on that petition, we would ask that you can just Google us, Mableton Improvement Coalition. We're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're on Nextdoor, and we also have a website. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Matthew Nicholson. And after Matthew, we have James Scotty.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matthew Nicholson. I'm a resident of Mableton, District 5. I'm here to just raise awareness of an item on your ballot that is important for our community. The Mobility Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax, or MSPLOS, is on your ballot now. You can vote early or on November 5th. It is a 1% sales tax to raise $11 billion to improve transit in Mableton and Cobb County over the next 30 years. 1.45 billion of that is slated for projects in Mableton. The tax will affect the entire county, but 1.45 billion is slated specifically for Mableton. Things that could be impacted by this, the county is planning to expand microtransit service countywide. Microtransit service is door-to-door service. You call for pickup, they pick you up, drop you off where you need to go within your district. Also, there's 6 new transit centers planned, 2 of which would be here in Mableton. There is $1 billion for transit supportive projects. That includes trails, road improvements, sidewalks, changes to intersections, dedicated lanes for buses, et cetera, et cetera. There's also plans for expanded bus service, including bus rapid transit. It's the last item on your ballot. I just want to make sure people are aware of it because it has the potential to have a big impact in Cobb County and specifically the city of Mableton. If you want more information, you can go to cobbcounty.org/MSPLOS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Scotty.
Your brother.
E period, Lamar, Lamarr, Scotty, Scottii.
Penmanship, my friend, penmanship.
Ah, okay.
There you go, right like a doctor.
Okay. Anyway, I will adhere to the 2-minute deadline. I've already used probably 5 or 6 sessions up already, but anyway, kind of wasn't finished on the point of zoning. So I'll simply say I know that the mayor and city council have a tremendous job before them. The discourse that someone mentioned about witnessing up here, I think it's a good thing. A lot of people out there think that this is just a yes rubber stamp city council. You saw it not in action, okay? And what you might want to consider doing is, I guess the last couple of meetings, executive session happened before the public meeting. And so the discourse, fighting, whatever you might want to call it, will be behind closed doors. I can understand it doesn't feel good when it's happening to you, particularly in public. So in that regard, I think that's one reason for considering executive session sometimes beforehand, especially when there are difficult topics to be discussed. Secondly, you are not Cobb County. You should not act like Cobb County, because relative to zoning and ordinances and stuff that you're adopting from Cobb County, I implore your attorney to build some wiggle room in there where you have the flexibility to do things off script, not in a negative way. But Cobb County was so big, so many millions of people live here, they could afford to turn a whole bunch of different projects down. You don't economic development coming here, you got to do some creative things. Anybody in here, raise your hand, you ever been to the Works? Fabulous. They've got green space, they've got a new stage down there, there are condos and townhomes there, but it's entertaining. Feels good to go there. Jamestown pulled out of Riverview Road, and they were getting ready to build something on the order of a riverside entertainment restaurant area, but they pulled out, partly because of rooftops. We want to bring that back. We want to bring a Works back to this city. We want to bring DC and Philadelphia waterway entertainment back.
Mr. Scotty, your time's up.
Thank you, sir.
There was a lady that wrote me an email today who wanted me to just put in the record that she has a complaint about a home in her neighborhood that is called a rent-a-room. She thinks there's people renting out rooms. SWAT team has been out there several times. It's close to her home, and she would like for the mayor and Councilmember Ron Davis to contact her, which I think they already have, but she asked specifically that I put this in the record, so I just wanted to mention that.
What district is she in?
District 1, Ron Davis.
Okay, thank you.
And then our next person is Joel Cope, and after Joel is the last one, Danny Wilson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Joel Cope, and I am the recently elected president of the Mableton Improvement Coalition. For those who know, thank you. I was in that title for a few years, took a little hiatus, and then said, well, gosh, I just can't resist. I'll come right back. But I'm very blessed to be in that position. Also, Beth Akers is our new chair. For those folks who've not had a chance to meet her, she's a wonderful public servant and fellow member of the board. Of course, you heard Cassandra, another of my colleagues who's been serving on the board as well. We are a homeowner-based group right here in Mableton. We got started in 2001, and we are made up of a variety of different folks of all different walks of life. Some are working, some are retired, and all different kinds of professions. As Rob knows, we got our start in zoning, and we've worked with zoning for a very long time and still are working in that area. But it's not the only thing we do. As you heard earlier, we do advocate on issues pertaining to things like school bus and terminals, get involved in education issues. We get involved in economic development. We have, in fact, the gentleman who mentioned the MSPLOST, we had a forum last night on Zoom, so you can, we'll have the link up soon. You can watch it. That was partners with our friends at Austell Community Task Force and Powder Springs Community Task Force, where we try to present that issue to the community so they can learn about it and make an informed decision when they do vote on this ballot initiative. I encourage everyone who's a Mableton resident who's not already done so to please join our group. It is at mableton.org is our website. We'd love to have you, and I encourage the same thing for our partners at Austell Community Task Force and Powder Springs Community Task Force. We are very much about making people empowered to make a difference in the community for the better. For folks who think that one person can't make a difference, we're here to say, no, you're mistaken. You absolutely can make a difference. So we would love to have you partner with us, and I'm looking forward to serving with the family and friends here we have in the community, and of course working with the council and mayor, and we're looking forward to great things working together. So thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Cope. I think it's Ms. Wilson.
Hello again. I just want to piggyback off something that Ms. Brown said. It's not one property, it's three. Just so you guys know, it's only one that's being discussed right now, but there is three. And I reached out to the school board, and I told them my displeasure about them trying to put bus parking and bus depots smack dab in the middle of our neighborhoods. And I wanted to know, why was Mableton chosen? There's one on Hillcrest, which will be a bus parking, which is the street I live on. There's one bus parking on the corner of Factory Shows in South Gordon. And then there's the one Ms. Brown spoke about at Glore and Veterans Memorial. Now, I remember when they bought the property on Hillcrest, because I called them immediately when I found out that they had purchased that property. And they told me that because it backs up to Cityview Elementary, they wanted to use it to pull their buses in so they can get to the back of the school. And I said, that's not going to work, because our community is not conducive for these bus depots nor these bus parking lots. So I hope you guys are going to stand strong and stand firm with us in the community, because, again, they're not dropping them in East Cobb, they're not dropping them in West Cobb. And to have three dropped in the city of Mableton, and then the derogatory statement that the chairman of the school board made about the city of Mableton, come on now, we can't have that. So I need you guys to stand firm and stand strong with us, and just let them know that they need to find other alternative, because every one of those spots are in the middle of neighborhoods. I mean, and they're very visible, you know, from the street. And South Gordon and Factory Shows, as you know, that's only 2 lanes, and you should come through there in the evenings around 4:30, 5 o'clock, and see that traffic is backed up all the way to Mableton Parkway. And on Factory Shows, it's backed up all the way back to Riverside. So there is no way that they can put bus parking on that corner. And I stepped out of my door this morning, and whenever something happens on Hillcrest, it's what they call a collector street. They won't put rumble stripes, and they won't put speed bumps on there. And if you come down Hillcrest, you'll notice the tremendous amount of 35 miles per hour signs. I think we got maybe about 15 on the street. I had the county to put them there, and plus we have the speed calming device on each end at South Gordon and right before you get to the Six Flags Drive area. And I had the county to put the speed calming devices and all of the speed limit signs at 35 miles an hour. Well, nobody does 35 miles an hour. So please stand with us on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. I would like to, for matter of record, Madam Clerk, I would like to state that I have reached out to Superintendent Ragsdale twice for a meeting with him, for an introductory meeting with him, shall we say, and have not heard back from him yet. All right, I think that ends public comment. So it's going to move on to item 9, which is consent agenda. So I would like to entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. This evening there's 3 items that's on the consent agenda. It is item 9A, which is approval of the October 7th work session minutes, the approval of the October 9th regular meeting minutes, and the approval of the October 9th work session minutes. At this point in time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
Thank you. So moved and duly seconded. Any discussion about this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Consent agenda has been approved.
Mayor, this is a little off the beaten path, but it goes to what you said under public comment. Do we have an opportunity to ask for Mr. Ragsdale to come to a committee meeting, to a city council meeting, to actually talk about what his plans are and the city in general?
So, because you're asking me a question.
As mayor, yes.
I will simply say this. There has been no, to my knowledge, there's been no official statement about what the plans are for any specific parcel in question. So as far as myself and the city knows, there has been no specifics about what the land is going to be used for.
And I understand that. I just know that we've had Trey Hutchins, who is on the school board, and as a new city, understanding what his plans are and desires are for this area as a whole, as we talk about Floyd Middle, as we talk about Mableton Elementary, Pebblebrook, South Cobb, all those different schools, just to understand what it is that his focus vision is for our environment.
So
I'm just trying to put it on the record to say, Superintendent Ragsdale, come see us in Mableton. That's all I'm trying to say.
I'm fine with having an open invite for the superintendent to come, although there is a gentleman named Mark who is responsible.
Point of personal privilege, if I can invade the discussion, because I don't want you guys to get entangled up in something. Excuse me. Anyway.
Mr. Williams, that's not going to be allowed, sir. But I'm more than happy to. Do you have a specific point you want to make?
Yes, with respect to discussion.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, and I simply want to suggest this. This board never wants to talk to another organization's employees about policy.
Understood.
This board never wants to talk to another company's employee about policy.
Thank you.
That's it.
Duly noted.
Duly noted. Thank you.
So let's move on to item 11, which is new business, which is the second read, 11A, of the consideration and approval of an ordinance creating Appendix A, which is the zoning of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances, establishing a planning commission and a board of appeals for other lawful purposes. Again, this establishes our board of appeals and our city planning commission. We have talked about this for quite some time. This is the second read. If I'm not mistaken, we do have members here as well for the planning commission, and we do have plans for the board of appeals that will be coming up soon. Madam Attorney, do you have anything to add to this item for a second read?
Yes, Mayor, and I would like to just make a clarification that title actually includes, the title to 11A actually includes the title for 2 separate ordinances, and I'm just noticing that. But this is the second part of that title, and it's the establishment of the City of Mableton Planning Commission and Board of Appeals, the ordinance establishing that. And that is on page, it's in the agenda, on page 490 of the agenda packet. And you've also been given an updated copy of this as well by Susan tonight. One of the things that I did is in reviewing, and I mentioned this earlier, but in reviewing Rob Housak's Appendix A relative to this ordinance again, I just reviewed it to double check, and I noticed that there was an inconsistency. I called the Board of Zoning Appeals the Board of Appeals, and Rob called it the Board of Zoning Appeals. So I just changed the name that I called it to the Board of Zoning Appeals just to make it consistent with Rob's document, because it's way easier for me to change this because this is a tiny document than for Rob to have to go back and change anything within his draft. And so essentially you have had a first read on this. We had the public hearing on this today. And what this document does is it creates Chapter 10, which is going to be your planning and zoning code. And this creates specifically Article 3 to that chapter. And what Article 3 addresses is the Planning Commission as well as the Board of Zoning Appeals. And if you look at Article 3, it just talks about the establishment, the composition and the terms of Planning Commission members and of the Planning Commission itself. It speaks to procedural requirements and just the rules of procedure, what to do in the case of a vacancy, functions of the Planning Commission, etc. And then if you go down to subsection, the next subsection of this article, it speaks to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
So, Mr. Mayor, are we changing the actual wording of the ordinance to say what we're really doing, or is this going to stay where it is?
So this was the carve-out specifically for the ordinances, specifically for the Planning Commission and the Board of Appeals, which was a subset of the larger zoning ordinance, and that's what our attorney carved out.
And so that wording, Appendix A, zoning of the city code, is what we're going to go with?
Well, are you reading from the title of the agenda?
No, that's...
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, if you can just scratch out everything to it where it says, so this is consideration and approval of an ordinance establishing the City of Mableton Planning Commission and Board of Appeals. So the language where it says creating Appendix A, zoning and city code of ordinances, that we had a public hearing on and you had the first read on, but because that document is so voluminous and because there were so many comments, and I know the Mableton Coalition recently this week gave comments to allow Rob opportunity and time to incorporate your feedback and public feedback in that document. We're requesting that to be adopted at your next meeting versus tonight. But the one that we're requesting adoption for tonight on is just the establishment of your planning and zoning title. That title will have, right now it will have three components. It will have the establishment of your review and quasi-judicial bodies with respect to zoning, and that's going to be the BZA and the Planning Commission. It will also have, that's it as far as this document. And the one next week, we will formally adopt the zoning code as well as the map.
Yes.
Right.
And then what you'll notice with this one is that I put in here, if you scroll down to subsection 2, let's see. And if you look at subsection 2, please look at the copy that Susan provided to you tonight.
Can you provide a page number of the agenda packet, like is it 20, something to 500, just to help navigate?
Is that section, is that page 3 or 5? Is that where we're looking?
If you'll look to section 4 of the most recent version, and that's the copy that Susan gave you. So it should be in front of you.
That's the problem. I'm not sure which copy Susan gave us
It should be
tonight.
a paper copy. It's the one where we changed the, oh, so it is actually in there. Oh, okay, go Susan, kudos to you. She didn't have a lot of time to do that, but she made it happen, so kudos again. Let's see. Okay, well, I can give you the page number in the agenda packet. That's even better, Susan. Okay, so if you go to page 496.
No,
496 of your agenda packet. So in here, you'll do two things. Like I said earlier, you'll establish the Planning Commission as well as the Board of Zoning Appeals. And then in subsection 4, I put language in here that clarifies and also provides notice that the city has not yet determined the date that it will transition zoning services, because obviously that takes more than just putting the legal legwork in place. That takes tremendous administrative effort and responsibility on the part of the city manager with corralling staff and bringing recommendations and proposals and whatnot to the mayor and council on that. And that is something with your planning conference that you have upcoming that he will talk to you about, and will confirm the path that he and I have, the schedule that he and I have set is consistent with what the schedule that you want to move forward with. So we don't have a date yet, that it will be administratively completed. So I put in here that the date that will transition zoning services formally has not been determined. And as such, the Planning Commission and Board of Zoning Appeals members shall not officially act on any zoning application or case under this ordinance. So I just wanted to make it clear that there is to be no official activity until the zoning actually transitions as provided under your city charter. But it does provide clarity for the Planning Commission and the Board of Zoning Appeal members that they may participate in training and education-related activities and meet for that purpose prior to the official administration date. And that gives them the opportunity to come together as a quorum and meet with county staff and just come together as a quorum to do training, et cetera.
I'm sorry, can we take 2 steps back?
Yes.
Are we looking at 11A, second read, and referencing the zoning review and decision-making bodies ordinance revision 5/16/24? Because you made reference of like page 296, and this is a 5-page document.
496.
Well, it's 496. So I'm referring to the page number that's in your agenda package electronically. So that would be 496. And I'm specifically referring to subsection 4.
Councilman, you okay with that?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
And then that's all I have for this one. And the good part is that if the council wants to make any changes to this, you're free to do it up until the point that you actually start the transition of zoning services, subject, of course, to compliance with the Zoning Procedures Act and having a public hearing again and just giving the public additional opportunity to comment. But the request would be to formally adopt this tonight.
Thank you. And I know that was, obviously, we want to get the Planning Commission up and going as soon as possible so they can start training and being able to meet. But by no means does that trigger anything to the county as far as transition of services.
Correct.
I think that's what the call out was. I think, Councilman, you're still...
No, I just want to make sure that we have the documents segmented correctly, because when you look at the individual agenda item, it doesn't show this full document that is on page 496. It's a different document when we talk about 11A.
So if you don't consider the first part 11A, and you only consider the establishment of the Planning Commission and the Zoning Board of Appeals, that is the only section that we're talking about.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is everything that City Attorney just got done talking about is not listed in what we are calling the, and this is semantics, but in our software, new business, second read, 11A, does not have this same document.
Have you refreshed since maybe about 5:30? Because that's when I
mean, I just turned my machine on at 6:30, so.
Yes, so Councilman, if you could scratch out the part where it says creating Appendix A, zoning of the City Code of Ordinances, we are not adopting that. So if you could scratch that out, but we are adopting everything else that it says under 11A, which is the second read of the ordinance establishing the City of Mableton Planning Commission and Board of Appeals. And that is the document that's in your agenda as item 4 on page 496.
I'm a techie.
And it starts on page 490.
So I'm going to tell you that.
Starts on page 490?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you that what I'm saying is when you look at the agenda packet and the options under agendas, and you scroll down and you go and look at number 11A, that is a different document
Oh, so
than
on
what
your
is
user
in
end.
the larger packet.
I get what you're saying. So
Right.
on your side, if you click 11A, it does not take you to 496.
Correct.
And
That's the problem.
And that is, well, it is, but it's purely semantics because
It
we
is
are
semantics.
actually.
So
we're
that's
ultimately
for,
gonna be voting on-
Mayor, that's for Susan, just to know, like it's not breaking it up properly. So we need to look at, if I click on packets, I get to page 496.
Right.
But if I click in the new business on the link, on the agenda itself, it doesn't take me to the same information. It takes me to a much smaller 2-page document.
That 2-page document, is that the resolution appointing the
Yes.
planning commission?
Yes.
So on your side, she may have switched up the 2 documents inadvertently. But the good part is that the public doesn't see that. That's only.
Right. Oh, sorry, y'all. Y'all don't
So
see
it won't
that.
It won't confuse the public.
You go to the source document.
But yeah, it looks like you may have uploaded the resolution on their end to where the ordinance should be. It sounds like that's what he's saying. But yeah, but for purposes of our adoption tonight, it's the ordinance that creates the review and decision-making bodies, which is the Planning Commission and the Board of Zoning Appeals.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for taking us down this rabbit hole.
All right, thank you for that, Madam Attorney. Being this is the second read, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion that we approve this ordinance establishing the City of Mableton Planning Commission and Board of Appeals and for other lawful purposes.
Okay, I move to consider an approval of an ordinance establishing the City of Mableton Planning Commission and Board of Appeals and for other lawful purposes.
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and duly seconded. All those in favor?
And can I make suggest making a friendly amendment? Can you read it from the actual title of the ordinance, since there are some inconsistencies with the agenda language? It is the ordinance establishing the Planning Commission and Board of Appeals, but I think it'll be cleaner for the record if you actually read the actual title of the ordinance as well.
I'm sorry, Madam Attorney, but the wording is wrong.
And that starts on page 490.
Okay. I move to approve an ordinance creating Chapter 10, Article 3, Review and Decision-Making Bodies of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinance and for other lawful purposes.
I want to make sure that we understand what we're voting on. So I should second it, and then we can enter into question.
Well, actually, I get what you're saying. So procedurally, so that the adoption matches what he's actually reading, if you wouldn't mind, could we withdraw that motion? And let's just amend the agenda to make item 11A consistent with the actual name of the ordinance, because it is the ordinance that's creating these bodies, but I think the preference would be to have it consistent with what the title of the actual ordinance is.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
So if it could be a motion to amend the agenda.
So since I approved and was a yay vote on the agenda approval, I'd like to enter a motion, Mayor, to amend the agenda as written and
With respect to item 11A.
As respect to item 11A, and make that as consideration and approval of an ordinance creating Appendix A.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Appendix
sorry.
A, yeah. An ordinance
Thank
creating
you.
Chapter 10,
Lord, I got some
Article
glasses.
3, review and decision-making bodies of the City of Mableton
Ooh,
Code of
Lord,
Ordinances.
where'd it go?
Okay, you want?
I'm not that old.
I got it.
He's going to amend them. He's going to do amendment first.
Where'd it go?
Agenda, then you can recommend.
Oh, no, that's good. Give me one moment. Whew, that was. All right. All right. I would like to enter a motion to amend the agenda, specifically item 11A, to read as an ordinance creating Chapter 10, Article 3, review and decision-making bodies of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinance and for other lawful purposes.
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded for the amendment. Motion's been made and seconded for the approval of the agenda per Councilman Ferguson. All those in favor of approval of the amendment of the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. We have amended the agenda. With that being said, we'll go back to item 11A, where Councilwoman is free to make her motion now.
I'd like to make a motion on the approval of an ordinance creating Chapter 10, Article 3, review and decision-making bodies of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinance and for other lawful purposes.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor of an ordinance creating Chapter 10, Article 3.
Do we have an opportunity for discussion?
Do you need discussion, sir?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
because I'm going to ask this question. I'm cool with what we did.
Okay.
Do we all understand what this is actually accomplishing? To where it is creating two different commissions, correct?
Yes.
And those commissions are?
Planning and zoning.
Planning.
The Planning and Zoning Commission,
Yes.
and then the Board
Yes.
of Appeals.
Okay.
Board of Zoning.
It's not stated, so I just want to make sure that there's no question.
Well, it does say that in the
It says it in
agenda,
it.
Yeah, it's what we've
but
been
it has
discussing.
the other language about the appendix above it. So there is notice that it's creating the Planning Commission and the Board of Appeals. But we've now just taken out the language that referred to Appendix A, just to make it clear that we are not adopting Appendix A.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving an ordinance creating Chapter 10, Article 3, reviewing the decision-making bodies of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you. That is now approved for us to move forward with our Planning Commission and Zoning Board of Appeals. Item for new business 11B is a consideration and approval of resolution to authorize an investment and designate representative in Georgia One Fund, a local government investment pool, which is also known as LGIP. Mr. Manager, I know that you've had some discussions with Chris Pike about this, and it refers to essentially establishing a bank account, a fund with the state. So would you like to provide some clarity on that?
Yes, sir. It's just a very wise move when you have funds that we have sitting in the bank. It's just smart if we are able to reserve some, set aside, and they can draw interest and earn money in a safe place. And the Georgia One Fund allows a lot of cities to pool their money to create, to make more interest. And right now, they're paying north of 4, near 5%, which is probably higher than any bank that we could get. Definitely will be an improvement on some of our interest earnings. So taking advantage of that is just being very fiscally responsible. And in so many words, it almost pays for our contractor. So the interest alone. So I like doing that kind of stuff, and it wouldn't interfere with any of our operations. We would have the ability to move money as needed, but it could draw interest while sitting.
Thank you for that. Just two things that come to mind is, one, we've always said that we will diversify our banking relationship, so I think it does that. And then secondly, moving this money, I think you just mentioned, still keeps it completely liquid. We're not tying any funds up that would not be available for anything else. So thank you for that, Mr. Manager. At this point in time, I would like to entertain a motion for the consideration and approval of resolution to authorize investment and designate representatives in the Georgia One Fund local government investment pool.
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution to authorize investment and designate representatives in the Georgia One Fund for local government investment pool.
I second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any comment, discussion about this item?
The only question I have is the period of investment that's stated in the document says a minimum of 30% for no less than 30 days. That's on
30
page
30
3.
days shows the liquidity. What we would do is keep 30 to 60 days of operating our operating account. So it gives us that flexibility. Once you pick 30 days, we can pull it when it's still earning interest.
Got it. Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Mayor.
Thank you. The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor of consideration of approval of a resolution to authorize investment and designate representatives in the Georgia One Fund local government investment pool, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Move forward with that. The next item is new business 11C, which is the first read of an ordinance adopting the year 2025 regular schedule and other purposes. I think you've all been provided a copy of that schedule. This is a
Dates down to the council to, I went ahead, schedule of the way we've been doing things. The only thing I changed is I put the 5:15 work session at the second meeting because you're having a work session on Monday before the first meeting of the month. So you usually talk about everything before that meeting. So the 5:15 is at the second meeting of the month. And I also put a note that we may have some budget public hearings to be determined. And I put the GMA conference dates in there. And it includes a summer break from July 7th through 11th. Last year we tried to have a summer break, but we ended up calling special call meetings anyway. Right. But maybe there will be an opportunity for a summer break. And then it includes the holidays and no meeting in December. And the city manager was thinking it would be a good idea to go ahead and come up with a date for the planning conference that we usually have in the spring. He can talk to you about that a little bit. And this is just the first read. To adopt our calendar, you have to have 2 reads because it's required to be an ordinance. And I need these dates so we can go ahead and start putting it in all of our software and getting it on the website and our calendars and everything. So most cities adopt their calendar about this time every year. Mr. Tanks.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Mayor, at our planning retreat, I will propose at least looking at and considering some days before the next read that we can set a hard date for a planning conference next year because we have to adopt an official budget and we want to make sure we are way ahead of the game.
thank you for that.
If you all have any recommended changes, let us know before the second read.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of things I wanted to call out there, being the fact that we will be entering our 2025, where we will have to have a budget. There may need to be additional meetings put on there to accommodate the budget cycle and the meetings necessary for that. The other thing I wanted to highlight for the council as well as for anyone attending is that the clerk and Mr. Manager, y'all know I've been advocating the fact that this is a working council and a working city. And I say that because a lot of cities start or have city council meetings as early as 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. We are a council that I think everyone retains a full-time job outside of working on for the city. And I know many of our residents have full-time jobs as well. So we're very cognizant about our start times for our meetings. And 6:30 usually gives people an opportunity to get off work, fight the Atlanta traffic. We have members on the council who do not work, as many residents do, they do not work in Mableton. So trying to get people to a council meeting, ensure that people are prepped and ready to go, something I was very cognizant of. We did keep the work sessions, the first one of every month, at 5:15. There were some discussions of moving that up earlier, but I really wanted to not have any meeting start before 5:15. Again, knowing that some people literally have to get off work early to be able to make it here by 5:15. So I just wanted to make that point as you're reviewing this as we go to the second read, is that we're trying to make that balance where we're not here all night, but we're not, white knuckling it trying to get in or having to take time off from your daytime job just to be able to make here in time. So that was my comments related to that. Council, does anyone have any other comments?
The only, I have a comment about, are we looking to do the Monday, Wednesday schedule that we were doing before? Or it looks like we have a couple times where we do Monday and then early Wednesday and then Wednesday?
Yes.
Is that the idea?
The goal was to try to be make as effective use of our time as possible without adding an entire additional 2 days a month.
Right.
Taking us to 6 days a month is, I know, would be quite taxing on most of everybody. So we want to try to be as effective as we can, but be respectful of people's other commitments as well.
And we're not on Valentine's Day, so it's a good schedule.
We looked at, we tried to look at, obviously holidays, school breaks. We didn't look at council members' birthdays. I'm sorry about that. If it happens to fall.
My birthday's not on this, we good.
So I think we might have got Mayor Pro Tem's birthday.
Yes.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem, oh.
Possibly.
So we'll have a cake.
So again, the goal is to be able to progress us through doing the business of the city, but at the same time being respectful and trying to balance everyone's time, and but at the same time not running meetings so late that we're running past all of our kids' bedtime before we get out of here. Yeah, we're already doing that. Yeah. All right. Any other discussion on this matter? This is the first read, so you do have time to be able to submit any questions, comments, or concerns to our clerk prior to our next meeting. So hearing no other discussion, we're going to move on to item 11D, which is the first read of the ordinance amending the Georgia Municipal Employees Benefit System, the Defined Benefit Retirement Plan Agreement. And it's hard to believe, Susan, that this is the first read. As many discussions we've had about the employee benefit system, but I think it also just shows how complex the entire benefit structure is, which, might I say, is we're spending as much time doing this because it is a bonus, as a benefit when we're going out and trying to compete for talent, that we have some of the best benefits package around. So thank you, Susan, for the work you continue to do on this front, and hopefully as we continue to get more staff in place that will be beneficiaries of the benefits package we put in place. Anything to add to this? Again, this is the first read, but I'll open the floor for you, Madam Clerk, if you have anything.
Yes, this is just a minor amendment. In the first one that we adopted, they did not backtrack for the executive assistant and me that started back in January. And also, they did not allow the council to go all the way back to the date that you were elected. So this just gets those dates straightened out for that.
Thank you. Council, any discussion?
So why did they not allow that?
They didn't include it.
They didn't.
We're now amending it to include it.
They didn't include it, and we called it, and they said they'd have to start all over and be timely, and we needed to get it in place for all these hires we're doing. So we decided to just amend it for that little part, and that's what's happening.
Excuse me. One thing that drives my wife crazy, but I think she loves it, is she calls me Captain Correction. At the bottom of the document, it says City of Conyers.
I caught that there. It's their template. So we'll get it fixed. They'll fix it.
Anything else? Council, any other comments on this? Thank you. Hearing none, we'll look forward to the second read on this at our next meeting. This takes us to item 12, specifically item 12B, which is our Planning Commission appointments. Now that we have actually approved 11A, which establishes our City of Mableton Planning Commission, we can now move forward with making our very first appointments for commissions, authorities, and boards here. Boys, it's been a long time coming. So I am happy that we are at this point. Madam Clerk, if you are prepared, what I think we'll do is we have, I think, a majority of the proposed Planning Commission members here. I'm going to call them off, and they can come up. We will read the actual certificate and the loyalty oath, and then we will, after we do that, we will have my executive assistant, Lily, will go through, make sure all the signatures are there so that people can disperse or whatever needs to happen after that, okay?
Then, Mayor, if I could just, procedurally, if we could just adopt the resolution first, and that would
Yes.
be confirmation of their appointment before we give them the oath.
Indeed.
And that is in your agenda. I can tell you what page. Should be right after the section we were just reviewing on 496. Susan, do you see the page number that you included this in the agenda on? Or you know what, I think I just found it. Hold on, give me one more second. Okay. 590? Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. So this would be on page 590. Give me 1 second, I'll scroll to it.
This is the appointment of the city's
Of the Planning Commission itself, inaugural Planning Commission, yes.
And this says the City of McDonough.
Give me 1 second, I'll get to it.
Which does say that. And I can just scratch it out. I'm just going to scratch it out.
Yes, so that's actually my other client.
Whereas the
So
city.
I will accept that error. I just need to, because they actually just did recent appointments, and I think one of the benefits of having a city attorney who represents multiple cities is that I am able to use these forms without having to draft them from scratch. But that is one of the downsides. Sometimes the names are inconsistent, but I will make sure, what I put in all resolutions is a clause that says that the city clerk and myself are authorized to make typographical errors. So obviously I will make with absolute certainty sure that that is changed to Mableton where it says McDonough, but all other parts of the ordinance the resolution should be good, in effect, upon adoption and ready to go. And essentially that will be section 1, which names the appointed members. It has the Planning Commission member name, and the resolution is titled a resolution confirming the appointment of the city's inaugural Planning Commission and for other lawful purposes. And it has the Planning Commission member's name, the appointing council member, the appointing council member's district, and then when the term ends. And then if you will go down to the footnote under the term end subsection, the city's charter section 211 states that council members serve until their successors are appointed. And then in the subsection Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Article 3, Section 10.3.1. The city council, when it previously adopted its, when it adopted the planning commission ordinance, the language in there states that your planning commission appointees serve a term that is concurrent with the council member who appointed them. So that this just clarifies that language, and it says that they will continue to serve up until the point that their successor is appointed, and that will be when the new council person comes in and makes their own appointment consistent with your code of ordinances. And that's essentially this document. Out of caution, similar to what I included for your planning commission ordinance, I included a subsection 2. It sounds like someone just said that, noticed that. So that subsection 2 just again clarifies that the planning commission, that the city has not yet determined the date for transition of zoning services, and that the planning commission should not take official action on any case within the city of Mableton, and that they, again, can meet for training, education, and related purposes up until that point. And the request would be, of course, to adopt this tonight, and then we have the members who are present who can, the oath can be provided to those members.
Thank you. At this point in time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the resolution confirming the appointment of the city's inaugural planning commission and for other lawful purposes.
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution confirming the appointment of the city's inaugural planning commission and for other lawful purposes.
I second.
Thank you. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the resolution confirming the appointment of the city's inaugural planning commission and for other lawful purposes, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Be it resolved that this resolution is now approved. Now that the resolution is officially approved, we can move forward with the actual presentation of the certificate and preparation for the loyalty oath. So with this said, I'm going to go ahead and first read this in its entirety, and then we're going to call up the individuals. So the certificate reads, appointment to Planning Commission certifies that this individual is hereby appointed as a member of the Planning Commission for the City of Mableton, effectively as of the 23rd day of October 2024, in recognition of your expertise and dedication to the enhancement of your community. You are entrusted with the responsibilities and duties associated with this esteemed position. Your commitment to fostering sustainable growth and thoughtful planning is invaluable to the City of Mableton. So with that being said, I would like to call up Carl Vilzano. Carl, if you just come up and you guys just stand in front of us here. Sure. Carl's District 4. Yeah, Carl's District 4. District 5 is Cheryl Davis. I do not think is in attendance.
She's not here.
District Dante Philpop. Dante, you are District 1. Andres Miller.
She's not here.
Is she here? She's not here. My appointment is Ms. Robin Meyer. She is not here today. Ms. Jeanette Hardy, District 3. And Ms. Venice Walker. All right, so what I'm going to do to make this easy, there's a loyalty oath that you all have to sign. I hope you're aware of that. There's, I will stand, I'll come over for this. If you all will raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, insert your name, am a citizen of the United States and being an employee of the City of Mableton and a recipient of public funds for services rendered as such an elected official or employee, I do hereby solemnly swear and affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Georgia. Thank
And Mayor,
y'all.
can we make a clarification for the record? Because I think Susan gave them,
It is.
and I don't want them to false swear. Can you change the employee part, just make it known for the record, and ask them if they understand that by employee, that you
Yes.
mean an official for the city?
Yes, as this said, elected official or employee, you are part of your loyalty oath agreeing that as a appointed
Official for the city.
official for the city, that you do agree to this at loyalty oath. Each of you, thank you. Congratulations. Get your,
Council, if y'all want to take a photo, we could. If you want to go up here and take.
Yes.
Yeah, if you all would like to, as a matter of fact, I think here, you guys can come up this area.
Yeah, y'all are making history, so we want to capture this for the grandkids 100 years.
They didn't want to embarrass them, I don't think. They were like, yeah, yeah.
So we just, you know how you go back and forth one from.
Yeah, yeah. And this is a agenda too.
We got to fix it, make it.
Okay, yeah. And you know, all employees should take those too. All employees should take those too. I don't know if.
Okay. Top quality. She said, who's got the best phone?
Yeah, exactly.
Who takes the best pictures?
Mayor, when do the others have to do that?
So, well, Lily, do you have enough loyalty? You have enough cards? Madam Attorney, being the fact that this needs to be modified.
Yes, Susan, Lily can do it tonight. I think Susan has the template, the Word template.
Well,
And then
she's
I can
taking
go
them-
with her. Do
She's
you-
taking them right now to sign.
No, they shouldn't.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
why I'm calling attention to that.
We can get them to sign another one.
Okay, let
Training
them.
or something, right? They'll have opportunity.
They'll figure it out. I'm just concerned about those who weren't present.
No, so I'm going to say that now. So,
I know. Can we
for
have
those
another-
for those who were not present,
Another
they-
ceremony?
I am going to give their certificate to the council member. Let's do that right now. So, okay, let's do this. If we can get those people at the next meeting, then give that back.
Yes.
And we can do a 2.0 for those who were not here tonight, instead of having them have to come to the,
Yes, sir.
come here for, by
And
the
bring them
office.
back too.
They're more than welcome. They're more than welcome. All right, I will sign off on this.
No.
Please, very please. Thank you.
while she goes to handle that, we're going to move forward.
That was historic.
It was indeed. It was as I said, a long time in the making. Excited to have them on board, getting them engaged, getting them prepared. I know there's already some training that's being put in place so that they will be able to hit the ground running. And once our city manager is prepared for them to activate and notify the county of our intentions, I'm sure they're going to be ready. Sure they're going to be ready. I know I've heard from others that weren't able to make it, so they're definitely looking forward to it as well. All right, so we're going to move on to items 12C. Item 12C is a resolution that authorizes and appoints. Oh, I just went straight to C. Do y'all mind?
Do you want to go to?
I'm just doing 12C. I'll come back to 12B.
Okay.
Okay. And so 12C, what this really does, it authorizes both of our EAs, EA Lily Smith and EA Allison Benson, to serve as deputy clerks during the absence of our fantastic city clerk, Susan Hyatt. There are times, if y'all seen the past couple of meetings, where Susan has not been able to make it, and we need to make sure that we have, in absence of a deputy clerk, that we have someone. Lily Smith, who is my EA, has actually served in a deputy clerk capacity in her former role in the city of Kennesaw, so that's not new to her. But her and Allison have both taken the required classes necessary to serve as deputy clerk, so this is really an administrative action to make sure that Susan's covered, so when she wants to take a vacation, she can feel like she has the opportunity to take a vacation without leaving us in an alert. So, with that,
And just throwing out there that Allison was the bomb when she had to fill in recently, so we're all for Allison and Lily.
I'm happy to hear that, because this is a resolution that we can put into effect immediately.
Immediately.
That will allow Susan to go on vacation as soon as next week. Right, exactly.
So you can take your Christmas cruise. You can do that.
So with that said, I'd like to go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the resolution of authorizing and appointing Lily Smith and Allison Benson to serve as deputy clerks during the absence of the city clerk.
I make a motion to, oh, go ahead, TJ.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing and appointing Lily Smith and Allison Benson to serve as the deputy clerks during the absence of clerk.
I second.
Thank you. Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the resolution authorizing and appointing Lily Smith and Allison Benson to serve as deputy clerks during the absence of clerk, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you. Congratulations to both Lily and to Allison. Your work has proven to be invaluable to the city, and hopefully this new expanded role just shows the belief and leadership qualities that we all see in you. So thank you. So with that, we're going to move forward to item 12B, which is the nomination and appointment of our of our community development director. The community development director, as many of you may know, was one of the first hires that we attempted to make as the city after our first 3 hires that we made at the staff or director level. So it's been on our radar for quite some time. We've had several statewide searches. We did back earlier this year and whittled it down to just a few people, and at the end of the day decided that we did not want any of them. So it was scuttled. We did not bring on anyone because it was more important to us to take the time to find the right person instead of finding a person. So as you all know, we went forward and hired our city manager, got more activity, more things going, but we had to come back to the community development director, who in my opinion is going to be one of the most instrumental, one of the most important and impactful roles of the city. It is a revenue generating role that we like to say, because the departments that the community development director has under their purview directly relates to revenue that's generated for the city. And so I'm happy that after another search that we've taken far and wide, we've landed on a person that I feel very strong about, that recently had the privilege of serving with at the ARC, Atlanta Regional Commission, Regional Leadership Institute, where myself, Bill Tanks, our city manager, and our soon-to-be appointee all took point in. So I was able to watch her in real time, understand her grasp of ideas and understanding about how community development works from all factors. I think the council has had, everyone in the council has had an opportunity to meet, converse, and ask questions of the nominees. So I am proud and honored to nominate Juliana Njoku to this role for Community Development Director. At this time, City Manager, if you don't have an objection, I would like to ask Ms. Njoku to actually take a couple of minutes at the podium before nominations officially made.
Confirming, Mr. Mayor, you want Ms. Njoku to come up to, yep.
It's her privilege.
Yes.
I think it's easier to maneuver it this way, but good evening, citizens of the City of Mableton, and good evening, Council, good evening, Mayor, Clerk, City Manager, and the County Attorney. My name is Juliana Njoku. I'm very excited to accept this appointmentship per the board. I'm really super excited about the City of Mableton, actually. Besides having the opportunity to really spend some time with the mayor and the city manager, I also got an opportunity to really meet your outstanding council and many members of the community that are here this evening and others that I've seen along the walks. In concert, everybody here is super excited to see this city, what I call the city on top of the hill, the bright light city, come to life. And as the Community Development Director, I take it very seriously that it's my job to be a part of that, to join a team of people that are already committed, taking their time to really make sure that they get things right, because they really truly do care about every resident that lives within the borders of the City of Mableton. They want to see that you guys have the very best, and the very best takes time. And I know that the process has been long. I know that many have been waiting, but I'm a really very active team member. I've spent 25 years of my career working in city planning. I've worked in international development work for the United Nations. I've worked here for the City of Atlanta, working with Atlanta Housing Authority and Invest Atlanta. I've also worked with DeKalb County. I've also worked with different other counties actually within the regional area. But most of all, I've really worked a lot of times on the ground with a lot of community groups. And I'm really hopeful that together that we can build a city that we're all proud of. And not just proud of, but a city that is a legacy city that our children's children will drive by and know that love, care, direction, warmth, and the return to community really is the monarchs of the City of Mableton. So I want to thank you for this honor and this privilege. I'm very deeply humbled by the capacities to have come against a lot of outstanding people, but really honored to be able to join this chemistry and this very moment in time to really be here to see you guys really define something that I'm sure you'll truly be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Manager, I'm going to assume that you have a recommendation for me.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I do have a recommendation, Ms. Juliana Njoku, for our Community Development Director. After 18 applicants that whittled down to 5 finalists, she went through a very rigorous interview process with a technical panel with 4 former Community Development Directors here in the area. And she also went through an alignment panel, and she aced all places. So without any hesitation, I would like to recommend Ms. Juliana Njoku to be the City of Mableton's very first Community Development Director.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
She ain't
Manager.
got the vote yet. Y'all clapping.
With that, it's a process. It's a process. So with that recommendation, I do accept that, and wholeheartedly, at this point in time, I'd like to officially nominate Ms. Juliana Njoku as my nominee for Community Development Director. So with that being said,
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to bring on Ms. Juliana Njoku as the first ever Community Development Director for the City of Mableton. And I think she's going to do a wonderful job.
I'll second the motion.
I approve the nomination. Or accept it.
No.
It's already been seconded.
Yeah, exactly. All those in favor of approving the nomination of Ms. Juliana Njoku. All right, let me do that again. All those in favor of approving the nomination and appointment of Juliana Njoku as the inaugural Community Development Director, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Ms. Juliana Njoku, you are now officially appointed as Mableton, the City of Mableton's inaugural Community Development Director. Congratulations.
Now you can clap.
All right, let's get to work.
Pleasantries gone.
All right, let's move on, Council. Item 13 is other business, which we don't have any on the calendar or on the agenda tonight. Item 14, Mr. Manager, do you have any comments for us? Or announcements, sir?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, I do have comments. First, want to let the council know that we have made a successful transition from, shall I say, first QuickBooks for our finances now to BSA software. Our financial software is up and running and active. Also want to say, as you know, we just appointed our first Community Development Director, and our hiring machine is in process. Alignment with getting services established, we needed three things: people, place, and ordinances, and so all three of those are happening. Ordinances are being adopted. They have started demolition on our 6116 Mableton Parkway. If you want to run by, it's starting to look different already. That's going to be our Planning and Zoning Community Development Office and our Code Enforcement Office. And of course, we hired our director tonight. We also have recently hired an HR specialist to help with this influx of hirees we're going to have over the next month or two. And we've hired a special projects manager to help take some of the load off of me, in addition to the Community Development Director taking some of the work off of me. And we have hired a Community Development Clerk that's going to come along, Ms. Nairi Simpson, and get ready for the business license issue certificate season in November. So those are my comments. I want to let council know that we are rolling. The machine, the hiring machine is in place, and we're moving forward as planned. I want to thank the council for your approval of the classification and pay plan and benefits. We are attracting very good candidates, and I mean very good candidates.
Thank you for that, Mr. Manager. Madam Clerk.
I have no comments.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Thank you. Councilman Davis.
Just a couple of things. First of all, I want to again welcome aboard Mr. Njoku. Look forward to working with you and moving the city forward. Also, the new appointees for the Planning Commission, I want to welcome them aboard as well. And I want to again thank City Manager Tanks, Councilwoman Ark, Mayor Pro Tem Jeffco for being at the Where Do We Go From Here symposium on last Saturday. The discussion was very robust. And one thing I'm always great, it's always great for me to see, is to see the community engaged, because as I've said before, in my belief, the most healthy communities are those that are the most engaged. And it was great to see the community come together and not just talk about what's wrong or even where we are, but where we want to go. Because the best way of being, in my opinion, one of the best things to do is to be proactive as a city and talk about things that are ahead and looking outside of the box, having vision. So I just want to thank everybody. I thank Mr. Philpott and all the rest of the panel that were there. Again, great discussion, but just thank you so much for being a part of that, because it's something that I think needs to always happen. So with that being said, have a great night, and look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Thank you, Councilman Davis. Councilman Oladapo.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight and for your patience with us. I'd like to start by just acknowledging and apologizing for the unexpected change to the Ethic Board nomination. My nominee already left, but I just wanted to acknowledge that it is frustrating to have, you here with your family and have the process moved at the last minute. And as witnessed during the conversation that some of us were caught off guard, otherwise we would have let them know before the nominees come in tonight. But we'll make sure to sort everything out and make sure we're all in alignment before providing another date. But on a lighter note, I do want to welcome Ms. Njoku to the team. I'm very excited about this and ready to get the work done and for the work to begin. So welcome to the team, and also congratulations to all of the Planning Commission nominees tonight. My appointee was not able to make it tonight. She was stuck at work, but I'm excited to hear that we'll have another official nomination at the next meeting. So thank you all for coming tonight, and have a safe trip back home.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Pro Tem.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here, for your patience with us tonight. I know we had some heated discourse, but that's normal. Like they said earlier, it's going to happen, and we thank you all for being flexible and being patient with us, because sometimes we have to make decisions and they're ad hoc, and we just course correct when we can, and so we just really appreciate you with that. And I do want to congratulate Lily and Allison on being the deputy city clerk. So we really appreciate all the hard work that you've done. We know you guys put in a lot of long hours and heavy lifting, so we really appreciate the work that you do. And I want to thank all of the Planning Commission nominees. Well, now you've been nominated. So Jeanette, thank you for being here to represent District 3. This is a volunteer role. They don't get any pay for it. And so I just appreciate you taking the time out of your day to do some very important work that you're gonna be doing in the weeks and the months and years to come. So we appreciate that. And then Ms. Njoku, thank you. I had an opportunity to be in the interview for Cultural Fit with Councilwoman Herndon and our mayor and our city manager, and I was really impressed by your resume, by your skill set, your experience, and I'm confident that you're gonna make us proud and do a great job. It's a lot of work, but I'm happy to have you on board. Last week I had an opportunity to meet with Grice Consulting, where they are the team that's leading on our 2045 comp plan. They met with each one of us individually, and I had a chance to share my vision for the city of Mableton, as well as some specific ideas I had for District 3. They were very receptive to my feedback. I'm just really excited about being a part of this process and reimagining the city of Mableton. And as we've said so many times before, I believe Councilman Ferguson said it earlier, it's really important for us to get involved. We're trying to plus up on our engagement. So when you come to the city council meetings, make sure you bring somebody with you. Also opt in to our social media pages. Check us out on our website. I'm constantly talking about engagement. I know you'll be able to help us with that, but it's vitally important for everyone to share their thoughts about, you know, what they want this city to become, and that's very important. I had some photos for, you know, when I attended the South Cobb Business Association Fall Festival last week. It went really well. It was a networking and business expo. There were various business leaders that came together, and I enjoyed myself. It was at Six Flags. I won a chocolate pecan pie. I probably don't need it, but I did win one, and we had a good time. We had a good time out there, so it was great. I do want to mention that on November, 1st and the 2nd, I mentioned it at the last meeting, but I want to mention it again about the We Care Vet Fair. There's going to be over 100 agencies and vendors that are going to be out there to support the veterans. And so I would encourage you, if you know a veteran, to you know, share the information. It's going to be at, let's see where it's going to be at, the Cobb County Civic Center in Marietta, Georgia. And so you have an opportunity to file an appeal claim, healthcare, employment, training, a whole bunch of stuff. So just make sure that if you know a veteran, whether they're active, guard, reserve, that they attend. And then lastly, election season is here. We are currently in early voting. The general election will be on November 5th. And there are going to be two events that are going to be taking place. One here at the Epicenter on October 25th. It's Vote Fest, so it's going to be a community of celebration. And then lastly, Souls to the Polls. That's going to be Sunday, October 27th. And that's going to be at, where?
Civics.
Yes, Civic Center, Cobb County Civic Center. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you again for coming.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ott.
Good evening, everyone. I want to first congratulate Juliana Njoku for her appointment to the as Community Development Director. And I also want to thank all of the Planning Commission commissioners. You guys made it for tonight for stepping up to fill this role. It is a volunteer position. These citizens aren't getting paid. This is very vital and important, and I'm so very happy with the selection of citizens who have stepped up to do it. So thank you, Carl Valazano, who is my appointee, Dante Philpott, Jeanette Hardy, and Venice Walker, and of course the other nominees, but they didn't make it yet. You guys have. So I also want to highlight a point that Councilwoman Jeffcoat brought up about the comprehensive plan. That is coming up, and the time to be involved in that process is before it's passed. A lot of people aren't engaged in the beginning, and later they're like, I don't like this. I don't like the plan for what is to be the future land use. The time is now. So when you see those meetings and surveys and an opportunity to get engaged, this is the time to do it, because once that plan is passed, that is the framework for our city. And I know that I am going to follow our comprehensive plan. We're paying a lot of money for it, and it is the plan of the city, and I want to make sure that we go forward the right way on that. So please be engaged. I also want to thank my potential nominee for the ethics board. She came here before even I did to wait for this meeting. She came prepared. She brought family with her, and I'm very disappointed in how the beginning of this meeting went. We have had months to review our appointees. It wasn't a surprise. Everyone knew who would be nominated to be appointed, and for it to be brought up last minute at the beginning of this meeting, I think is honestly embarrassing. And I want to apologize on behalf of the council for our unprofessionalism today for that moment of the meeting. But hopefully our next meeting will go a little bit smoother, and the people who have sacrificed their time and volunteering to serve on these boards, when they come here, we will do our part and be ready to make that nomination. So That's all I have for tonight, and thank you all for who participated in public comment and public hearing as well. Your engagement really is vital, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ferguson.
I'm going to maintain my professionalism, and I'm going to read. Again, I hope all is well. We are still in the midst of hurricane season, and just ensuring that what we stated as citizens of the city of Mableton maintains importance. Looking out for citizens and the betterment of the county, and you probably have heard this before because I talked about this same thing on 9 October. And in that vein, hurricane, fill in the name, Milton, Georgia, Savannah, all the names that you could think of, definitely has had a significant impact on the South. And I would still like to make sure that everybody remembers that the Green Room Restaurant is hosting the Hurricane Relief Benefit on 17 November from 12 to 8. And they are asking for donations of clothing and money to support. Leading up to that point, they're going to have a host of live music events leading up to that November, and your gifts will be greatly accepted. Also, the Family Life Restoration Center is offering free virtual health care with Mr. Michael Giglio and his team, Tuesday, Fridays, and the first and third Wednesdays of the month. Know what's going on with the MSPLOS. I have had the distinct honor and pleasure of talking with Ms. Njoku after just about every council meeting that we've had since our inception. And I didn't know she was clamoring for a job, but it has been amazing to hear about how she wants to help the city. So I am deeply, deeply, deeply honored to know that she is going to be filling this role as our community development director. Thank you so much for stepping up, and I look forward to working with you. Our planning commission, y'all got a lot of work to do. Get ready. And I'm ready to throw it out there to y'all and let y'all get to work. Our ethics board folks that came or didn't come tonight, we'll get it right. And as a new city, as a young city that's learning how to do everything that we need to do, we're going to continue to get it right. And all I ask for is grace. We are in the midst of election season. So if you know anybody that needs to get to the polls, me and my wife voted early because she's going to be working the polls on the day. So she said, we got to go early. And I was like, let's go. And I tell you that it's just like that, but everything is progressing the way that it should. And that's what I want you all to understand. Cobb County is doing what they need to do to ensure that the polls are where they need to be so that we can continue to make sure that we vote. And I'm also just going to throw out a shameless plug, if my phone will come up quickly, that if you know somebody that wants to work, wants to canvass, wants to get out there and canvass, send an email to info@terry4ga.com and let her know they're looking for people. They're going to pay you too. So they're looking for people that are going to come out and going to canvass and going to make sure that they get out there and get to the polls. We have a distinct honor as United States citizens to vote. If you do not vote, do not speak. If you do not vote, do not speak. The things that you want in this world are going to happen only because you vote. So tell everybody that you know to get out and vote. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Herndon.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I want to first send a congratulations to Miss Juliana Njoku, just a stellar candidate. I was fortunate enough to be in the interview process, and I tell you, at one time, I just looked up to see if there were cameras, because certainly we were being punked, because her answers were just so on point. I think someone even asked, did she get the answers ahead of time? Because she was just on point with everything, and so I'm really excited about the experience and the enthusiasm you're bringing, you know, to your new role as Community Development Director. So welcome, and I am looking so forward to talking with you, seeing what your ideas are, and just working with you, just, you know, side by side. So welcome. And I want to congratulate all of our Planning Commission appointees today. Congratulations. You know, what I recognize is, as what Councilmember Ock said, is that this is not a paid position, you know, and so these are individuals in our community who want to give back, and they're willing to do so. I want to especially thank my appointee, Ms. Venice Walker. I remember the first conversation I had with her, she immediately said, what can I do to help the city of Mableton? And I am just so grateful, you know, to meet people like that who want to roll up their sleeves without compensation to help the city. So we really appreciate you. And my other appointee, Mr. Graham Jagger, for ethics, you know, it's unfortunate that we had to defer this today, but, you know, I'm hoping we'll get a resolution because, you know, as a council, we want to welcome constituents who want to work with us, and we want to make the road easy for them to be able to volunteer. You know, we want to embrace them and have them come in and welcome them. And so, you know, any impediment to volunteers is not something that we want to happen, but things do happen, and I do appreciate you, Mr. Jagger, for volunteering and wanting to work with the city of Mableton, and we'll get this right, as it's been said, you know, and hopefully, you know, we'll be able to move forward at our next meeting. I also wanted to echo, and this is the problem, like when I'm always last, everyone is always said what I've said. And yeah, maybe one day I can go first, but our comprehensive plan, and I'm telling you, I implore you, District 6, every district, you know, when I'm talking to my District 6 constituents, because plans are being made now for the next 25 years. And it's really important that you have input on what you want your city to look like. So please, you know, come to the meetings once there's going to be announcements, and I'm sure there'll be announcements made well in advance that maybe you can attend. And please bring your ideas, your thoughts, your desires, your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, everything, you know, because we are building a city from the ground up, and you can have a hand in that and how it comes out in the end. So thank you to everyone tonight, and safe travels home.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I just have a couple of things for this evening. First of all, I want to officially recognize the Hispanic Heritage Month that we had that just passed. The Latino community is continuing to be a growing part of this community. We want to make sure that they are recognized both as the fabric of the city, but more importantly, the fabric of the community. So what we did with our last Food Truck Friday was we basically themed that to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. And so it was a fantastic turnout, much larger than the previous one we had, full of food, dancing, and fun. And I still get messages about it, and I cannot wait until the spring when we bring it back, because that's, you know, while it's a lot of the work that we do up here, we do want to make sure that we continue to connect with the community. And I have no doubt, by getting out in the community and spearheading events, we galvanize the community more, right? We continue to feed and nurture this community. So I look forward to continuing to doing that every opportunity that we get. It was mentioned that obviously this is election season, early voting is going on now. We do have a advanced polling location in the city of Mableton. It's at the South Cobb Community Center. And it is open, is also open on the weekend. So Saturday and Sunday, you have an opportunity to go vote. So use that opportunity, exercise your right to go vote. There's a couple of things I wanted to mention as it relates to this continued challenge we have with housing. And we hear this at every single meeting. And I've mentioned not a Mableton issue, right? I mentioned earlier that myself, our city manager, and now our community development director, both graduated last week from the Regional Leadership Institute. So we are now class of 2024, which I'm proud to be of. Congratulations, both of y'all as well. For those of y'all who are not familiar with the Institute, the Regional Leadership Institute is a program by the Atlanta Regional Commission where they take leaders from across the metro area to talk about Metro Atlanta issues, right? And it focused really, I'd say, on two areas, which is housing and transportation, largely. I've mentioned to you guys before that the city of Mableton will continue to grow. It was growing before we even became a city. It will continue to grow with us being here. The question is, how will it grow? And in what way? And will we manage that growth? Will we have smart growth? So when you hear council people talking about the comp plan, nothing could be more important. But there will continue to be discussions and differences of opinion about how we should grow and where we should grow and what type of growth that we have. So your input to this is invaluable as it starts to lay out that groundwork of what we want to see, what we're going to build, and how we manifest a community that we can all be proud of. I want to give a special shout out to the Arthur Blank Foundation. And the reason I'm giving a shout out to Arthur Blank Foundation is that some of you may be aware of the Chattahoochee Riverlands and the Riverlands project that's going on, the Riverlands Park that is in Mableton at the corner of Discovery and Mableton Parkway. I found out a few weeks ago that that project was in a little trouble. They were $2.5 million short on being able to build that out with no clear funding in sight. I was made aware, I talked to them a good bit about what the challenges were, and the reality was they were kind of forced with where they were in the project to basically just scale back what we were going to get as far as a park. And again, I don't think we had $2.5 million as a city to contribute to that effort. But there's a man down the street who has plenty of money and was more than happy to fund this effort. Again, I want to stress the fact of the importance of this relationship and partnership that we have with the city of Atlanta and with the Atlanta community. We border the city of Atlanta. We share workers. We share bus routes. We share families. And so I am thankful for the Arthur Blank Foundation. And if I want to read an excerpt from this, if you don't mind. It says, Trust for Public Land announces a $2.5 million contribution from the Arthur and Blank Family Foundation to support the Chattahoochee Riverlands, a planned 100-mile linear park through the heart of Metro Atlanta. With this donation, private fundings from the Riverlands has reached more than $22 million, with an additional $27 million in public funding. This significant public-private partnership allows Trust for Public Lands to support the completion of the Cobb County Showcase site and complete the Camp Plus Paddle Trail. This Cobb County Showcase site and the Camp and Paddle Trail, that is in Mableton. That is right here in Mableton. It's going to be a beautiful park. It's going to be a destination location right down the street from here, as a matter of fact. It also gives an opportunity to have a kayak and a boat ramp. So we hopefully have some opportunity to bring people closer to the river. It also has trails that's along the Chattahoochee that you have not seen. When it opens up, it's going to be mind-blowing because it's absolutely beautiful. So again, I think it's important to stress that we are not on an island, you know, and the city of Mableton will continue to partner with local and regional public and private entities to make us the absolute best city that we can be. I think I'm going to leave that off right there. Congratulations to Njoku as well and to the nominees that we have thus far. I look back, it was a year ago, a little bit over a year ago, and we started asking for nominations, or we started asking for interest into our commissions, authorities, and boards. And I know some of you have thought, my gosh, when is this ever going to happen, right? When are we going to get to this point? I've talked about it ad nauseum up here. So I am beyond happy, a bit relieved actually, that we have made our first appointments to our cabs. But fortunately, I know it will not be the last. This is a string of, now you'll hear a city manager talking about hiring, you'll hear us talking about putting leadership in places, we build out our departments, and part and parcel with that will come now the appointments of our commissions, authorities, and boards. But just like every single staff member that we bring on board, we will do the same thing with the members for our cabs. We want to get it right. And if that means not moving forward sometimes, that means not moving forward, because we have to get this right. So continue to work with us, continue to show your support and continued willingness to make this the best city possible. And with that, I'll thank you for your time. I think Councilman Ferguson had one other item you wanted to mention. Floor is yours, sir.
Yes, sir. Just real quick. As you can see up on the screen, it shows the community events page that's on mableton.gov. As you navigate at the very, very top, you'll see that green big bar. I don't know what it says because I can't see it, but that's what you need to click in order to get the form to download to be able to log your community events. So if you know of any community events that are happening, utilize that link. Oh, yes, thank you, Lily. And you can see all the information that you need to add, and then we can, it'll come to Lily and Allison, and then they can take care of it, make sure that it gets on the community events calendar. Mayor, that's all I had for that, but I'd also like to ask that we go into executive session for litigation, real estate, and personnel.
Thank you, sir. Is that a motion?
Yes, sir. I'm making a motion to go into executive session for litigation, real estate, and personnel.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you. The motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor of going to executive session for litigation, real estate, and personnel, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. We'll go into executive session. Thank you all again for being here with us tonight, working through a very productive city council meeting. If you do not still be here when we get out of executive session, have a I know you won't, so I'm not talking to you. But if you will not be here, please have a safe journey home and look to see you at our next city council meeting and various events throughout the city. Thank you all. Have a good night. All right, thank you everyone for staying with us while we're in executive session. At this point in time, I would like to entertain a motion to exit from executive session.
A motion to exit from executive session.
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor of adjourning executive session, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. I do believe that we have one matter of business in front of us.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a move that we ratify the city's construction services agreement with CSC General Contractors Incorporated as being necessitated by an emergency whose nature includes ensuring the structural soundness of the city's leased facilities, as well as the safe, successful, and timely transition of service.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. The motion's been made and duly seconded. All those in favor that we ratify the city's construction services agreement with CSC General Contractors as being necessitated by an emergency whose nature includes ensuring the structural soundness of the city's leased facilities as well as the safe, successful, and timely transition of services, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you. That concludes the business of the city that's in front of us for this evening. So at this point in time, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
Second.
A motion's been made and duly seconded. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. We are adjourned.